Okay. So just checking for volume first, because that's happened before where it just didn't show up. Okay, do we have volume?
Okay, do we have volume?
And we do. All right. Morning. I'm getting more and more paranoid about these things as we go on because there have been a couple too many fuck ups. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, last time I did this, I got like an hour in and was talking to myself for like most of it. And then somebody finally went, wait, I don't think we have any sound. Let's see. So today's page, it's kind of an in-between page. Honestly, this is going to be one of the more boring pages for me to draw, which I know is sounds like great incentives to stick around. But it's just kind of Max Streamus and Hogstab walking from one place to another and talking to Shock Block over the radio. This is the kind of thing that's, kind of important for the story, but a pain in the ass to actually draw. So I'm gonna see if I can find a way to make it kind of interesting with some kind of close-ups. But we also need to make sure that we keep background in mind here. Which is never fun, and I get to work off a reference, try and do a realistic background, which is even less fun. Trying to do see if I can retain some of these Silvestri female face stuff I looked at this week, because he's obviously very good at it, and I could still use some work. So theoretically, probably means I won't be able to finish in 5 hours, and I'm gonna be stuck drawing backgrounds after the fact, which might mean putting it off, but I'll try to avoid that. And just all the fucking hair in the world. Let's see here. Yeah, I've drawn, well, maybe not in purpose, or not in person. You haven't, but I've drawn the odd tree. This is in the heart of New York here. There's no trees in New York. I've heard confirmed rumors. It feels like this entire sequence is just to show that Maxstremus and Hogstab got down the stairs okay, with no real problems. And then at the bottom here is, I guess, where most of the background is going to end up going. Well, we should have them. Two trees are better than one only in so far as when their leaves are close enough that I can just draw them as a giant mass. Apart from that, no, thank you. Shoot, I found my ruler recently. Do I still have it? Ah, I do. Yeah, this is going to be the all rendering live stream. Just every leaf. Oh, is the audio choppy? It was okay earlier. Huh. Not sure what to do about that. I can plug in my microphone, which I don't usually use, but I'm not really listening to anything, so why not? Here, hang on. Come on. The stream itself is choppy. Huh. Okay, I don't know if that helps at all with the audio. If I've got a bad stream going on, I don't know. It is shitty weather out here today. Well, I'll just keep going on until, well, if it becomes too much of a problem. Okay, well, hopefully it turns out it keeps going okay, I guess. That's not even close, is it? 262, 160 and a half, 262. That's kind of close. Okay, good. Too high on this end. Damn, I'm actually a bit too warm. I didn't expect this. Hang on a second. Okay. Hey, thanks very much, man. That's awesome to hit, and it kind of came in a hurry. I was thinking I had like all sorts of time to put something together, and then, you know, from when it got pointed out to when I hit 1,000 was maybe like 4 days, and got like 20 subscribers over that time. I was like, shit, I got to get moving on that. So. Now the trick is to try and hit 2,000. Because I've seen a few guys do something similar to what I do, or just, you know, like hockey, comic talk channels, that kind of thing. And 2000 seems to be sort of a Rubicon where that one's a lot tougher to break by the sounds of it. That's what I have in my bedroom. Oak. You know Oak Man, Jimmy? There were a few times when I would like rewind that scene and just play it back a few times. I love Quentin's reaction, just like, Oak's nice. Yeah. 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 I'd be down. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure if I'd use it, but draw it. Yeah, I could do that anytime. Maybe for like next week's. We can come up with the topic today or something. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, we're gonna do like banned words for the Mad Libs, and great is one of them. Careful about that nose. Yeah, just grates with metal dreads. Hanging out in trees. Careful not to make her look like a child. That'd be preferable. Yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of pinups. I'm supposed to try to put up a few drawings on Instagram, and I keep not getting the time to do it or putting it off or something like that. But that wouldn't be a bad idea for putting something together. Yeah, like some Gen 13 style pinups. You just get the shot of like grunge monkey barring his way through the sewers there, that kind of thing. Oh, I like that. Forced perspective. That's not bad at all. I just got through reading a Bloodstrike issue for one of the revisits, and they're trying to name the letters page in that, and it's like, how about blood letters? It's like, yep, that's a possibility. Force perspective is nice. Perspectives, rather, plural. There's so many like layers to that shit. Okay, let's see here. No, I shouldn't be doing this with this. It's too dark. There's gonna be a lot of scribbling in here. Shit. Let me see here. Come on, stick with it. I like how this is feeling so far. The last couple of weeks I've been having trouble getting into it, but this one's doing okay so far. I should be taking cold meds before every stream, regardless of whether or not I'm sick. Let's have her looking off to the side a little bit, maybe. So everyone's not just that's a bit of a small drawing to try some tougher perspective, but I'm sure it'll be fine. No, not down, not down. Hey, it works for me. Why can't it work for a supervillain? It just, yeah. It just interacts incorrectly with his molecules. You got to talk about molecules. That's better. That should be, yeah, like that. I like the convolutedness. It's good. It's very specific, and it lends that that air of, like scientific correctness. Let's try and get this somewhat right. Who's okay? I don't know who Snowflame is. I feel like you could just go through the Flash's rogues gallery if you wanted really shitty villains. I remember watching that first series of that show. Okay, yeah, just like, yeah, Huffin like Dayquil or something. Yeah. Gets into a fight, starts getting, gets the upper hand at first. Then the hero starts to come back, and he knocks him into a pharmacy, and he just starts shoving shit up his nose and everything. Okay, let's do that like there-ish. We don't really need more than that, I don't think. Only he's the villain, right? Yeah, that works. I guess I gotta do him on. You know what? I gotta put this on hold for a second, okay? I'll just be right back. All right. Okay. I feel like I've heard of that before with Snowflame. Like, yeah, it's, all well and good to be like, yeah, this guy's an evil dude. So when he does drugs, it's bad. But it's like, but wait a minute, he gets superpowers when he does it. What if I just don't do the evil stuff? It's like, well, when you're on cocaine, you don't really not do the evil stuff. I just remember watching like the first season of The Flash and enjoying it quite a bit, mostly because of the Reverse Flash guy. But yeah, no, the villain names were like some of the worst I've ever heard. Captain Cold and Weather Wizard and all that kind of shit. I mean, it's very 50s, I guess. So if you're willing to let that slide, that's fine. But it's like, okay, it doesn't work in a TV show kind of thing where they're trying to like add some level of realism to it, which they probably shouldn't do. I feel like trying for realism in comic book movies has kind of run its course. Like everyone's just kind of done with it now. Should I be going the Captain Marvel route, where everything's kind of cheesy? All right, I feel like I've got enough here that I can at least get started on the inking. Why not? If I can find the correct micron. There you are. This is straight, right? Maybe now's not the best time to check. Maybe like before I started using ink was the best time to check. Oh, that's a bit off. Oh well. Let's kind of go with it for now. That should be around there. Although this is just going to make it worse. It's going to kind of point out how off that is. Oh well. Doesn't need to be straight up and down, really. But that's going to bug me personally. And I never read DC Comics myself. I always felt like most DC villains were bad. Oh, I went way past where I needed to on this. Fantastic. Again, it's not 100% straight. Fucking thought I had it. I think there's going to be some whiteout on this page. Black the margins for the middle panel and make it, So you're thinking like black all over here and then fix that there? That could work. Like just like a band in here. It's not something I usually do, but I mean, I can just like redraw it too, but yeah, we could do that. I won't give it a shot. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I've never read any Wonder Woman myself. And yeah, no, nobody knows anything about Wonder Woman, it feels like. I mean, to be fair, I don't know anything about the Flash either, apart from what I saw on the TV show. Should probably be going with some kind of shading a little bit on this, just since they're outside. Don't have to go nuts with it or anything. Theoretically, she should probably be shaded the same way, I suppose. Be careful not to do, again, too many lines on her. Okay, who are some Teen Titans villains? I don't know them either. Again, you're talking about guys who, like, I guess the Justice League had a show too. I don't remember my kids ever watching that, though. They watched Teen Titans. Well, that's part of the thing when you're a parody, is you can come up with some of the crazier villain types, right? I mean, a brain living, well, in a dude's stomach, well, in a robot stomach, but you gotta remember that shit. Well, that's not fair. UHF's just great. Just had to check and see if my head was in the way here. Been noticing more and more that it's poking in here. Yeah. Cyberzerk is one of the best names of all time. Yeah. No, but yeah, no, that was what I was thinking was like parodies. Yeah, they can just come up with some crazy shit. I got some pretty good names lined up. We'll see if they can land, but I also feel it's tough these days. Yeah. I also feel it's tough these days because, yeah, again, they're trying to so hard to be realistic. You got to come up with like explanations for everything. It's like you wouldn't do a guy with cybernetic dreads because like there's no reason for a dude to ever have that other than it makes the drawing look better. Mm-hmm. Yep. No, absolutely. Zorg and the thing from Galaxy Quest are both great. I guess that Galaxy Quest thing was all animatronic, eh? Or like when they had to do close-ups of his face moving and shit. That thing looked fucking wild. Fifth Element is one of those movies I watch, just every once in a while, just because you should. Okay, what is Shonuff? Or is that something, somebody in a movie says multiple times, show enough? From The Last Dragon? What's The Last Dragon? I feel like I know what that is, but no, I'm thinking of The Last Unicorn, which I also didn't watch. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. That looks all right. It looks like, yeah, kind of comedic and shit, eh? Martial arts comedy film. Yes, okay, yes, I'll check that out, definitely. I judging from like the 2 or 3 um, photos that come up, I think I can guess who Shonuff is. That looks pretty great. All right. Well, yeah, it's where do you find it? I guess that's a good question. Vudu, Apple TV, Amazon Prime Video, or buy it on, etc. Okay. I never even heard of that one. I feel like I should have. Hmm. Ooh, I think we're about to start a debate here. I think we can all get together on the fact that what was it called? Last Dragon is probably good, and probably leave it there, just to avoid fisticuffs in the comments. I feel like that's not quite right there. All right, Time Bandits is one I think I watched a while back, and I can't really remember much of it all. I think I made a point of going through as much of Terry Gilliam's output as I could. When I was like in my 20s or something like that. Hey, how's it going, Jay? Thanks, man. I think it's coming along okay. It's one of the better hawk stabs I think I've drawn, at least to start with. That definitely does sound worth checking out. What do we got here for? Okay, so now what we're doing is we're basically setting up the next conflict in the issue, because we're always going to have more conflict, right? So this is unfortunately a bit of a tweener page, where it's basically just people going from one location to another while delivering some exposition and trying to make that a little bit interesting. I'm not sure if this is really the way to. I mean, you know, they should probably be flexing more if we were really going for that. But again, I get too hung up on, I don't know, just making everything clear, and that's not really the Image way sometimes. So yeah, we're doing, and some jokes as well, because you gotta have jokes in here, or else it's just gonna be boring. It is a little, I don't know. Like I know going into this that not too many people are going to spend much time on this page when they're reading it. Yeah, exposition shows up a lot in my comic. I can't seem to completely weed it out. Mojo Jojo. Okay, I take it this is in JoJo's whatever, the Bizarre Adventure thing. I feel like all you guys watch way more stuff than I do. And only exposition starts with an X. Yeah. Yeah. That spelling of exposition isn't bad. We'll see. I mean, about the whether or not we'll drop the parody. I mean, we're getting to a point now where already the straight parody element is falling away and is just a silly superhero comic. Calm down. Yeah, it's kind of the goal of this. I mean, where again it just kind of ends up as a silly version of an image title, but with better than second tier image art. So better than Merritt Michaels. That's the goal. I mean, it's a low bar, but I think I can nail it. We'll readjust from there. Okay, I think I should pencil this a bit more tightly here. That's too big. I'll take it. Again, it's a low bar, but not everybody tries to clear that bar. So I feel like it doesn't really look like an extremist too much, but I think it's just because of the eyes, which I'm kind of approaching from a different idea here. I haven't liked how her eyes have looked recently. Come on. Try not to do Michael Turner lips too much on her. Again, was looking at Fathom not too long ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why most comic creators don't just like put out like 2 pages a day. It's the easiest thing in the world. Here, you can quote that one. While I sit here at a page a week. And yeah, no, I do have an actual story set up for this. Because again, it bothered me quite a bit how much just a lack of story made stuff like Wildcats or Youngblood or Spawn unreadable. Like, it was crystal clear from day one. They had no idea where they wanted to go with it. They just wanted to cash in. Oh shit, that's too much. And I mean, as long as they're drawing it, I suppose that's fine. And then they stopped almost immediately. So the comics kind of suck after that. Shit, leave it alone. Well, that's the thing. If I do the big guns and the, what was it? Shiny people. Yes. If I do that as well, then theoretically I think you retain more people. Mm. Yeah, it's not the easiest. Yeah, it's a little baffling looking back at the image formula now. That face is not bad. All right, good stuff. Where, it's all art based. And yeah, we don't need no stinking writers so long as we got good art. And then all the good artists fucked off. And they expected to keep, like pumping out books. And somehow it kind of worked. Like, you could never reproduce that anywhere other than the early 90s. There we are. Okay, so not a huge difference. Base it off of that instead. Yeah. So this is going to have to be whited out, but that should be no problem, really. Jay Lee's a good one. I still like Jay Lee. But yeah, I know he doesn't have it's like Placid Jay Lee is nice and everything, but I don't know. There's a lot of excitement to um, hopped up on something, Jay Lee. Silvestri, I mean, I like his stuff on Wolverine. I haven't seen. He's still very good. I haven't seen much of what he's done lately. Not that he's done a ton lately, as far as I can tell, but I know he did the Batman thing, the Batman Joker thing. Let me see. I mean, Jim Lee. there's a there's a good one right there. I haven't really liked much of anything that Jim Lee's done since I don't know X-Men number like 4 or 5, like the 91 series X-Men. Wildcats I always wanted to like. And I like would go, yeah, no, it's really good. Yeah. And it's like, no, it's not. But you gotta say it is. Because he might come out with something that looks a bit more like Uncanny 275. Frank Miller's a good one. Yep, I didn't like anything by Frank Miller post post 300. Even Eric Larson, I think he peaked at. There's a lot of guys who like peaked at a certain point and then just like kind of coasted, right? So Eric Larson, it would be like the Savage Dragon miniseries. I like Dale Keown on the Incredible Hulk a lot better than I do on the Odd Pit book. Once or twice a year. I think I probably just shouldn't fuck with this anymore. Mm-hmm. All right, man. See, I never I didn't read Silvestri I didn't read X-Men during the Silvestri era. That was before my time. I came in like right towards the end of Jim Lee, right when he was kind of reaching peak. So I loved Silvestri stuff on Wolverine, actually. But yeah, he's just kind of fucking with textures and shit now because like he's got time to just work on textures. He's not producing a regular book, right? So it's just like I don't know. I'm gonna try weird styles and shit now. Like I don't like mind the look of a lot of his latter days covers. I guess it's just like I've seen no panel to panel work from Marc Silvestri in like 30 years. I assume he can still do it, but like I've never thought he was the best cover guy. he doesn't really, like, I can't think of too many compositions he put together that were like, holy shit. Other than stuff like, I think it's Uncanny 249 with the Havoc. That's a fantastic cover. Kind of Frazetta-y almost in the way it's built. Let's see how this works. If it doesn't work, I'm blaming N-Raven. Can't stop it there. All right. You know what? I think it won't matter either way. It's like, again, not a lot of people are going to spend a lot of time on this page, so you can kind of get away with whatever I want, probably. Okay. Oh, that was smart. And then erase it immediately. Yes, absolutely. I was thinking I should add some more shadow to Max Janus, but it's like, you know what? Leave that to the colorist. Go Liefeld on that one. All right. I'm going to let this dry before I get to work on this. I'm actually going to grab a quick smoke, if you guys don't mind. Where have I got? Boink. So I'll try and like not take too long with it. All right. Please feel free to stick around. I will be back very shortly. Yeah, keeping 7 ain't bad. Okay. Oh, back up to 8. I'm gonna avail myself of my massage gun for a second. Hang on, just my neck's very tense for some reason. Yeah. You know. Okay. We could all stand to go Liefeld more often, particularly if it ends up resulting in us being millionaires for doing minimal work. That's a bit too far. I'm going to be doing another Youngblood revisit fairly soon. I'm kind of looking forward to it. This is Youngblood number 6 when he'd taken like I don't know, almost a year off or something. And came back and was being colored by Kiko Taganashi. And I feel like that changed everything for Liefeld. It's like, holy shit, this guy's so good. I don't even need to draw anymore. Again, I haven't looked at it again yet. So, I mean, that might not even be the case. He might be putting in the work on at least that issue. Because I know there's that at the end of issue 5, he's like, yeah, Youngblood's going to be monthly. So he might have come out of the gate with some fire before eventually petering out. But the what I'm working on now, or about to work on, is actually an uncanny X-Men book from the mid-hundreds, during where I'm going to be doing a bunch of the Paul Smith run. Most of it, really, not consecutively. Like, well, they will in the schedule, but I'm going to stick to the more recent thing where I don't do the same book every day for a week. I think that I don't know, people got bored of that model, and it actually helps keep me fresh for the entire week. Oh, which one? Where he's like, where Bloodstrike is just the one guy? It's Cabot, and yeah, it looks like absolute shit. And he's like photocopying, like he'll do like a page in quarters, and then just do a close up of a head, and then photocopy that 3 times. Let's get these arms looking like they're on the same level here. Yeah, and the only whenever Liefeld tries to go more mature, he just throws in dick jokes. I saw the thing where he's main Bloodstrike guy is like just like a half a torso and an arm and the head, and he's like slowly regenerating or something like that, which I didn't think they really did. I thought they had to be there was a process of some kind. And whoever trapped him, stole his dick, and that's what he's on the hunt for. It's like, all right, good to know. Don't need to come back for issue 2. Yeah, it's barely even a comic. He's trying to say that was his best work. It's absolute shit. I've got like a bunch of the Major X run, and like every once in a while, yeah, he'll spend a little bit of time on a panel, but for the most part, it's pretty low effort. Let's do 03. Yeah, me and my bud were lamenting the opportunity with Bloodwolf. Because he was checking that out again. And like I said during my revisit, like I think this is actually some of Liefeld's best work because it just looks like he's having fun instead of trying to cash in for once. Oh, shoot, now for this. Yeah, and like 95 or so, when he felt like Platt was like stepping on his toes, I guess. It's funny, Platt and Liefeld will absolutely have nothing to do with each other these days. And I know a big part of it is money. Well, not anymore, but I mean, it was back in the day, was that he was paying Platt a shit ton to produce any issue. And Platt wasn't going quickly. He wasn't even focusing on the pages he was supposed to. Like they were behind schedule on an issue, and Liefeld went to his place or his studio or whatever and found him working on a double page splash from a completely different issue. That was like, up the road. And yeah, so now they won't talk. I wonder how much of bad feelings from Liefeld towards Platt are just that Platt was like just completely outshone him right from the get go. Probably not too much because I mean, like Liefeld's a pragmatist about money. So if it makes bank, he's in. But I wonder if there was just a little bit of ego there. Maybe try opening it from the right end. We do a template for the little circle thingy on his chest here. Can I do that without it looking bad? I don't know. Theoretically, we would want the next one just up a bit. The shadow does not help. Yeah, kinda. Oop, lost my phone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's too small. Oh, Jesus. Come on. Stay still. Okay, I'll come back to that and I'll fix that up with some whiteout. Fair enough, man. I think I saw that you signed up for the one where you're just getting notifications. So that's cool. Absolutely. I mean, there is the Bloodbird, which is like a Quinjet looking thing that shows up in, well, at the end of issue 1 and at the end of issue 2, at least for a minute. I feel like I should also get like a tank kind of thing at some point. We got to think about like the merchandising rights. I get real Batman 4 about it, where half of the point of the movie is the vehicles and toys that we can produce. Okay, let's get some another brush thing here. I need some better lines than this. I do love that in Batman 4 where he's like, where the producers kept getting on the director to feature the vehicles more because they had to sell those goddamn toys. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was McFarlane's whole thing, right? Is it a comic or is it a toy catalog? How that comic made it to 300, I'll have no idea. Just like, it's such a, like, it's not a comic McFarlane cared anything about, I'm sure, when he first came up with it. And I mean, he abandoned it pretty quickly after, right? So I don't know, I feel like just like stubbornness kept it going for a long time. It's like, I got millions. I can keep bankrolling this turkey. So I know there was a low point where it was like, getting like 15, 20,000. And then Todd came back to write it or something. I don't know. Part of me wants to go back and check out what happened with Spawn, but that would mean like reading some of it, and I don't think I could do that and respect myself. I'll read them for the revisits, but I mean, what am I on now? Like 9? I got a long ways to go before I get to even anything that like I didn't collect back in the day. Some tight pants that Hawkstab's got going on here. Yeah. Well, I mean, he used up like a, I don't know, like a quarter of it by the time he got to like issue 5. It's like, man, that's not going to last too long. And then, yeah, Neil Gaiman like helped him out a little bit with the Cagliostro guy. Giving him tips on how to like feed off the suit or something like that, from what I recall. This is like completely from memory. I haven't read that in years. And then, of course, sued Todd a bunch because he didn't get enough royalties, which was fair. I said I haven't really listened to any of that, or I haven't checked out how that courtroom deal went, so I don't know exactly what the case was about. I just know he got sued a lot. Kind of conflicting hatching there, but I don't think it looks too bad. That looks better. Okay. That thing's a mess. There we go. Just like instead of trying to make it in 17 lines, try to do it in one. That may make it a bit smoother. Yeah, no, that was one thing that they figured out eventually, because they were all kind of going for that for a little while. And then it blew up in everybody's faces like every time. So, you get like Pitt and Cyberforce. I don't think that turned out too bad, but Pitt showing up in the Max was a problem because when they were trying to do the TV show, the MTV show, they couldn't license Pitt. So you had to come up with a different, and that show was all about like doing the comic as exactly as they could. So they had to come up with a different way for that issue to go, I think. I don't remember too much crossing over with Spawn. I just kind of remember the bit where those kids see the TVs in the window and Dragon's on there. And I'm sure at first they thought it would just kind of be fun, like, hey, let's do some fun crossover stuff. And then you find out there's like legal problems because you're all separate companies. And of course, anybody getting, a Rob Liefeld property guest starring in your shit, like, just get ready for that to blow up in your fucking face. Maybe the craziest thing is Rob Liefeld not owning the rights to Youngblood anymore because he fucked up the paperwork on I don't know, like a cartoon or something he was trying to do. And then when that fell through, from what I understand, the company that was producing everything took the rights to Youngblood with it. So that's like, Liefeld's signature comic that he can't do anything with anymore. Sure. I think that works okay. I feel like Popo's head's Popo. I feel like Hawkstaff head is maybe a little bit too big here, or maybe it's just like it's properly proportioned, which is too big. Otherwise, drawing them though. Right, I do remember seeing that where Rob was going to be doing. Sorry, I just bumped the microphone here. Rob was going to be doing an NFT. It's like, of course he is. If it smells like a scam, Liefeld has to get in on it somehow. Just the dumbest shit. And like half of those teams fall apart because he didn't clear something legally or just, it was an idea he had one day and he was super hyped about it. So he tweeted about it and then didn't actually have anything put together or like ran out of steam on it real quick. I assume he's still working on more Deadpool stuff now. That seems to be all he really spends any time on. I wonder if he thinks Marvel finally got an A+ artist on that title now that he's on it. Because there was the thing where he said they kept using B talent or whatever it was. I mean, I'm sure it sells. The Liefeld stuff always sells for some reason. I just can't ever understand why, is all. Unless there's just like a staring at a traffic collision kind of element to it. But I mean, with how expensive comics are getting, I wouldn't think you can afford to do that too often. I like how our thing is just kind of turning more and more into like a Transformer helmet kind of head. Hmm. No, that's too thick there. That should work. How far out does that hip go? Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah. Figuring out light sources on boobs again. Always tough. That's an interesting question. I haven't really thought of that before. I'm not sure what would be appropriate, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't want it to theoretically cross Ninja Turtles. I don't know, because like, you know, the parody roots might work the best there. I could see it working with something like Savage Dragon, which isn't super serious. Although, I mean, oh, that arm got way too long there. Shit. Should be, it should be right around the rib cage. Maybe that's a bit right around there, more like. Yeah, well. I don't think that a crossover with Dragon would work too well because, you know, the Dragon character is just too busy boning to actually like introduce anybody. Not to mention, I don't know what kind of pop you get from guesting in an Eric Larson book these days. I think his print runs somewhere around like 5,000 copies. That's as niche as it gets. Ninja Turtles is still, you know, is always still relevant. That might be the way to go. And Eastman still seems to get very excited about comic stuff. So there you go. Just need to chat him up one time and like have a pitch ready. Maybe getting good with Freddie Williams first. That seems like the way to go. But in terms of like mainline Marvel or DC, nah. That's a sinking ship. I don't know if I want to be a part of that. It's a shame. I loved Marvel Comics for like a relatively short period of time, just a couple of years, really. But just how they seem determined to steer that thing into the dirt. So like, okay, I mean, you could instead like make money off of this shit, but like, no, if you okay, yeah, no, you don't want to do that. Okay, never mind, my bad. Thanks for stopping by, man. I don't know that the Blump is gonna make an appearance, but I'll keep it in mind. I already have the Bloodbird, right? Maybe if the Bloodbird's broken down, then they get stuck taking the Blump. Or more like, I mean, I don't know. I think you'd have to do like BLO, like Bloomp, to keep it close to blood. Yeah, again, I think have to be OO, and then it's more like Bloogie. That doesn't work out too well, does it? Let me see here. All right, man. Have a good one. Thanks again. Yeah, the Dune Buggy was a thing for G.I. Joes, and it feels like that's about it. I'm sure I had at least some Dune Buggy-esque vehicle. A little bit more. around there? Sure. Probably should have drawn these things first. Oh, well. Again, whiteout is our friend. Mm-hmm. Blood cycle isn't a bad idea. I like to see Hawkstab trying to ride it with just the blades, like going way out in front of him there. That's the thing. You got to try and make it actually cool, but like, you know, like 90s actually cool. No. Okay. Yeah. No, that's true. She's protected. She's even got airbags. No, not the 08 anymore. Stay separate. Thank you. That's not going to work. Oh, well, I mean, they're good. It's just going to blend in with the panel border. That's not the worst thing, though. I feel like you could usually tell when a toy line was going under when they started introducing like a big hamster wheel looking thing, like a single wheel that the dude was inside. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm thinking of the He-Man one now. That I don't think that actually was too bad. And again, I'll let the coloring fill in the flags here. Oh, that needs to be straightened up. Going all the way up. Not quite, I think. That was a little better there. All right. Man, my neck is tight as shit. Okay. Don't forget to actually put the blades in here. Come on. They're going to be pointing right at Maxtremus here. I don't know. Does mean we can ease off the hair a little bit in this one. Is that the correct? Yeah, well, I don't want to cut off her face at all. Maybe a little bit less. Okay. Okay, again, I'm going to grab a quick smoke. Hope you guys stick around. I will be back shortly. Again, not quite 5 minutes, but in case anybody comes by, they might go, oh, well, it's only 5 minutes. I can stick around. You know. Right. Back in a second. Oops. Hey, Chris. Thanks, man. Let's see here. Had a buddy who was just floating the idea of doing a Q&A kind of thing where people would like send in questions, which might work better than when you guys ask me stuff on here and I'm like half paying attention. I don't know if it would get enough, if enough people would really email in is the only problem. Maybe I could make up some extra questions. And then like make some rude ones and just be like, man, who would even ask that kind of thing? Like how much of it would turn into a joke though is the thing. Thanks very much. The hair is always one I have problems with. I think I've pretty much come to terms with it, where it's just like, okay, it's never going to look quite how I want it to. So just, so now I'm going to fuck with it, of course. Now it's been pointed out. For the most part, yeah, it's just kind of yeah, just get it done. Try to make it not look terrible. So yeah, I'll put that out as like a general post. Just like, do you guys have any questions? If you guys want to throw in joke questions, that's cool. Who draws the best hair in the industry? I don't even know the answer to that one. I mean, like, so many of them draw good hair. Probably like Adam Hughes or Frank Cho, like those guys who really focus on drawing women a lot, would be my off the top of my head answer. See, that's the thing. If I'm doing this as like a post, then I can do a bit of research. Be like, okay, good comic book hair. Who does good comic book hair? And maybe by doing some research, I can actually figure out a technique or two. That wouldn't be the worst thing. Well, Hawkstab's always got like very very conditioned hair. He's an image guy. And by that I mean he cares about his image as well as being a kind of guy who might show up in an image comic. Oh, Todd McFarlane draws the worst hair. I think. maybe not the worst, but I've never been a fan of like the way he would do like MJ's hair or something. And it just like trails off into like just like I don't know, stray strands and shit. Yeah, if they could like, like explain just how to come up with decent hair, like that would be great. Like some of the ones where they were talking about like, musculature and basic poses and like a little bit about perspective and shit. It's like, yeah, that's all very useful. How do I draw hair? And I agree. Jim Lee always, it wasn't the Jim Lee hair wasn't like the best stuff or anything, but it was always fine. Like it's always like, yes, that works as hair. I have absolutely no problems with that. I remember Wilt's doing some kind of crazy shit. But then that's kind of Wils's MO, so not like it's out of character for him. The Liefeld broom hair is pretty bad. How everyone has to have like the 1990 mushroom cut or some variation there, or the perm. It's like he's never gotten past that look. That's the one he learned how to draw. He's not learning anything else ever. The Dragon Ball thing isn't a bad idea. I'm getting to the point where they're almost becoming their own like graphic elements. Like they're not trying to be realistic hairstyles. I think that's a good way to go. I do like how Hawkstabs gets more dramatic as the scene requires it. You know, like, or if like just if a picture feels like it's getting a little boring, it's like, yeah, let's flounce out that hair a little bit. That'll make it more exciting. Okay, I mean, David Finch seems to have everything locked down. I mean, I noticed that back in the Aphrodite 9 revisit, we're just like, okay, everything is just kind of perfect. Nothing stands out. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything that David Finch does poorly, as far as I can tell. It's just not a style that excites me for some reason. And it's like very close to things like Silvestri or Jim Lee. But I don't know, there's just something about it that feels a little sterile. It could just be because he's a very imagey guy that came out like just when I was really getting sick of image. So I've never really been able to like catch on to his style. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Yeah. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen anything by Finch that's painted, so that's cool. Always weirds me out a little bit when pencilers start painting and it's like, what, you can do that too? I thought you were only allowed to be good at one thing. That's all I ever tried to do. Really? Okay. Yeah, that's the stuff I've always seen is the Silvestri stuff. And like he cloned him to the point where it was like as pretty much as good as Silvestri, just not without that same energy. So Silvestri, you always get the feeling like he's just coming up with it on the spot a lot of the time. He might not be, but like I said, it has that feeling. Something about David Finch's stuff seems very planned out and precise. And it's funny because I've seen, like, I'm pretty sure like Instagram things or something where it looks like he just kind of goes sometimes. But I don't get the feeling that much. But if he's incorporating more Bisley, that's awesome. That'd be worth checking out. Lord knows I don't see enough Bisley stuff. I assume Bisley's still drawing things occasionally. Just again, I never hear about it. Okay, very cool. I'm not even sure where you find out about that stuff unless it's like, what is it, like CBR or something like that? And I don't want to like get into those sites. They seem like not a cool place to be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the early Lobo stuff is great. Judge Dredd Batman is still like fantastic all the way through. Somebody was saying before how Bisley isn't really interested in doing pen and ink, like pencil and ink, anything like that. I mean, there was a little bit of tree. There's a little bit of shrubbery in the background here. But yeah. Yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of trees on this page. Sorry. You missed the quick cameo, and I was not exactly pointing it out. I forgot about any biz trade collaborations with Kevin Eastman. That sounds familiar. I can't remember what they are offhand. Like I feel like I almost do. Boiling Pot. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Again, I can't quite picture it. Like I'll look it up after and be like, oh yeah, that thing. That's a bit feels a bit too big, and it is. So we'll just make that the exterior one. Yeah, melting pot. Yeah. So I'm gonna take a quick look because I have a thing that in my head that sounds about right for that. Just want to see if it matches up right. From 93, of course. Yeah, this all looks familiar. I never actually saw a copy in person, so it looks pretty good. A little bit, like $8 each. It's like, yeah, that's a bit much, but that'd be worth looking into. TMNT body count. That sounds all right. That sounds like a Bisley kind of thing. Okay. Again, these are all good things for me to look into. I'm very, I don't know, like, I got out of comics like right at the wrong time, it feels like. Like right when I was getting the money to pay for it, basically, or just not too long after. Maybe I should actually like pencil this out a little bit first. I feel like this could use an micron or something. Oh, not an 08. Yeah. I didn't even know there was a second heavy metal movie. And I mean, I'm familiar-ish with Jeff Darrow, but I don't think I've ever owned a Jeff Darrow comic. Which I should have. I should have picked up Hard Boiled or something at some point. Or what's the like Cowboy Samurai, something like that? One of those things that like, yeah, I should have in my collection, and then like I get to the ordering thing and it's not even anywhere close to my mind at the time. Oh, it's an okay. So Heavy Metal 2 is a '90s thing. That's good to know. Would not have guessed. Would have assumed like, a few years after the first try. Ah, yeah, I know. That's all there. I knew that much at least. I think it was a while before I realized Frank Miller was a part of that. I knew that as purely a Jeff Darrow thing. I don't think I've ever actually looked through it really. I just saw it on the shelf and was like, yeah, that's a good idea, and then kept looking because I was more into whatever Jonan Vasquez was putting out at the time. Never a bad idea, with the credits. Let's see here. From there to there-ish. It's funny, it actually ends up kind of framing her a little bit. It hasn't Heavy Metal kind of gone under? Or they were having some real problems or something for a while there. I don't know. Something about them not getting along with their creators or something. I can't remember what it was offhand. What's the latest issue? Well, it looks like it's still going in 2023 at least. I thought that might have been around the time when like Valiant was going under, so I just associated it. Yeah, okay, looks like, well, last one came out April. Oh, but they only come out quarterly. So that makes sense then. Yeah, that's the impression I got for Hard Boiled. I don't think that's justifiable. really. Disney-like. That's a bit of a that's a description anyway. They did stop publication. Wow. All right. So we'll do the edges here, I think. I think that might have been a bigger deal for me if I'd ever really read it. I never did back in the day, so. See, where do I get a halfway between? See, I didn't plan this out very well. Yeah, this should be more like here. I'll have to do some whiteout again. Trying not to draw too much on the ruler would be preferable. Yeah, these are some silly clouds. They just pop like right out. Like loop around or something. Thanks, Carbon Dioxide. Appreciate it. I'm trying not to fuck up the blades too much here. As I get further into it. I think I lost track of which one was going where. Fuck. I might have to start that whole thing over again. Okay, hang on. Okay, what do I think I'm doing here? Bone blades. No, maybe not. I am considering making them retractable at some point. I think that will probably happen. He just can't do it right now. Yeah, there's too much going on here. Okay, you need to go away. In fact, you too. Get the fuck out of here. And all of this is a problem. So, like, just go. Get out. Okay, sort that out in a second. Oh, when he gets the bone blades, he has to lose his nose. Yeah. Man, I'm so glad I was out of Wolverine by that point. That would just, I mean, that would have put you over the top, right? Where he's like, okay, fuck this. I think I was out when they took the metal out and they started doing the bone blades. It's just like, that doesn't make any sense. That's fucking stupid. But yeah, that would be something if they like retracted and they're just like sticking out from like his tricep or something there. Laser blades. That's not a bad idea. For like when it gets to the future, that kind of thing. See, now I'm thinking of how I might implement that, because there are a couple of ways where there was a thing I was thinking of like way down the line where he might get his blades ripped out theoretically, and it's like, ooh, what if you get those replaced with laser blades though? Yeah, Wolverine kind of went downhill in a hurry in like 92, 93. See, so theoretically, this might not make a whole lot of sense, but am I just getting white out on the bottom of this thing? Nah, not too much. Okay. Around from there to around there. Sure. Pretty much the same curve, really, but that works better anyway. And then try to do something similar here. I got to work on varying these out more so like they're a bit less visually boring. I tend to just kind of go in autopilot when I'm drawing these things. Nope, shit. Get back. Come on. Trying to draw and whiteout doesn't work too well. And I don't exactly want to smudge that, so I'm just going to leave it alone for a second. Well, right now he can't retract the blades. That's the whole deal. So he just kind of goes around day to day, and it's just like, well, I've had these my whole life, so I'm used to them. You guys can all just get used to me, Well, no, the idea right now is that because he basically finds out that he's always had the ability to retract them. He's just never done it up till now. He's never known about it, and so does it a few times and it's like, hey, cool, that's so much easier. And then once that happens, he finds he can't break them out again. Gets the Spider-Man mental block, and starts getting like an existential crisis about it. Just like, what is a hawk stab that cannot stab? And then in then he starts using like replacement blades, basically, like, I don't know, like broomsticks or something. And it's just like like that kind of thing. And then gets into a situation where he would normally use blades, but he has to figure out a way around it, and that like unlocks it in his head, you know. So instead, I guess he just stabs somebody with like a sword instead of with his regular arm blades. I don't know. It's not like they're very useful for much else. The triple bone swords, yeah. No, it's just gonna smudge. Okay, stay away from the rest of this. Too much whiteout. Just gonna smudge it. But yeah, getting the blades ripped out would be further down the line when he turns evil. Ooh. And that's how they have to like finally put a stop to him or something. The triple blades on both ends. Sure, I could go for that. Because it's so much more effective. It's 3 times as effective as having a single blade off of both ends. just stabbing people from across the room. It's like, I don't know, it loses something. Careful. Don't give her Brooke Shield eyebrows. Ugh. Tiny chin. Hmm. There are bits in here where I don't know, like his allies are just used to it, and they just kind of move around him as like a matter of course. There's a bit in right at the beginning of issue 2 where he's handing a folder to General, what's his name now, Rancor, and Rancor's like bending around and taking it with like just his thumb and pinky and like being very careful. not to get too close to the blades. But for the most part, everyone's just like, okay, this is just what we have to put up with. I don't know if too many people noticed that though. That was it. I didn't draw any attention to it. I just kind of like, yeah, boop, and and it's like it's a pretty small drawing. This is not going well. Come on. Now I'll fix it with the brush pen in a minute. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, putting some scabbards on there, so just so you don't like, accidentally decapitate yourself scratching your nose in your sleep, that kind of thing. Or maybe he does that in times of stress. Like that's what he had to do when he was a kid, and he had, arm blades, and they had to like potty train him, or like sleep train him, so that he had scabbards for them at night. And then as he got older, obviously he doesn't need those anymore. But then he gets like I don't know. He gets into a stressful situation, and it's like, oh, I don't trust myself in my sleep anymore. Yes, the jammy scabbards. Maybe when he's like when it's like an off, like a downtime kind of issue. Has some shit dangling off him, sure. I don't know if we're ever going to see love scabbards in the comic. Just to warn you, it might not happen. Jesus Christ, you guys. It feels like it's, well, for one thing, it can go in front. It doesn't have to go behind her ass. There will be no trees. We're too busy talking about love scabbards. Oh man. Yeah, there will be no greats until the end of the issue probably. I'm gonna have to have some greats in there. So I want everybody to show up for that one. Gotcha. Okay. Removing Weapon X now, sure. And that's how you know he's evil now, is because yeah. All about those greats. Feels a bit off for me, but no. The Great Infinity Crisis. Depends on what you mean. I mean, like I've always drawn, but like in terms of how long I've been an illustrator, and I've almost never gotten paid for it, so kind of, kind of not, I suppose. There's been like a couple of odd commissions, which have been very nice. But it almost, yeah, this is pretty much just been me doing this by myself for about a year. Oh yeah, the comic has been going for about a year and a half, so there, I guess that's the answer there. Which is way longer than I've ever stuck with a comic before. So that's pretty good. In fact, the closest I've ever come was before when I was doing mini comics. Finished three issues, and had a fourth one done, but never did anything with it because I don't remember. I think I ended up moving before I could do anything with it. So it's a bit of a thing for me to finish a third issue and go, okay, now I've maxed my maximum output from when I was like, 18 or 19 or whatever, right? Like it shouldn't actually count. Just the fact that I've done 3 issues of this is good enough on its own. But it's in my head a bit as a personal record. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'd certainly like to go pro at some point. I think I'm just a very enthusiastic amateur right now. But as soon as money enters into the picture, then I'll consider myself a pro. All right, I'm actually going to hit the bathroom real quick. I'll just be right back. All right. Top one can be erased, not the middle ones. Okay. Oh, that's kind of missing a couple of lines there. Oh, for the love of God. I can't take you guys anywhere, you know? Oh, so where do these things cross? There's a good question. So we're going to do something approximating perspective. We should probably actually try a little bit. And then they just kind of end up here, so you can just do like that. But okay, railings there. Sure. Oh, and I'm going to need a door of some kind. All right. Holy crap. Oh, what was the guy named who did Cybernary? Fuck. I don't remember his name anymore. It's been too long since I looked at that. But yes, he was awesome. Nick Manabat. There we go. Oh, I didn't. Probably should have looked out a bit further. But yeah, his stuff was incredible. Favorite image artist? I mean, it might be. Yeah. Portasio, I would say. It's kind of hard to get, too much better than him. definitely used to be Jim Lee back in the day, and then he kind of, stopped caring. Well, he didn't have Portasio backing him up anymore, and that made a lot of difference, I think. But I'm well documented now saying that, and will continue to be well documented, seeing as how I'm the one who runs the channel. But how do I want to do this? I'm going off of the end of 24 with whatever I decided was how the door was set up in that case. Mm-hmm. Okay, I can never pick Angel Medina out of a crowd, really. I see his name on stuff and I'm like, oh hey, and then I never look into it. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're going for it, eh? All right, good luck with that. And Raven, no. All right, that's one of those things I was thinking, man, I should read some spawns at some point. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna get all the spawn I can handle, just doing one issue a month. I do not want to try and zoom through a whole bunch of spawns, I don't think. I'm pretty sure that would just put me off comics for a little while. All right, I see. I got out of Spawn right around when Capullo started, in part because of Capullo, because it wasn't, it wasn't Todd, and I didn't, and he was still a little green. I think you could see that he had the basics down. I remember him doing a one of those Brutes and Babes things in Wizard, and being like, "Really, Greg Capullo's doing this now? Does he know enough to do that?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, he does. Yeah." Okay. Gargoyle of Gotham, eh? Not something I've actually heard of, but sounds worth checking out. Where did my O2 go now? Is that an O2? That's an O2. Follow the Leader album. Yeah, I recall that. You're like, oh, that's a style. He did like an Iced Earth cover that was pretty good. But yeah, I never really dug him that much. It's weird to think of him now as like one of the best in the business. Yeah, Corn. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it was weird because I got out of comics for like 20 years and then I came back in expecting there to be new big guys, and there kind of isn't. Like there's a couple, but like for the most part, it's just the guys who were getting big when I left comics. Like David Finch, like J. Scott Campbell, like Brett Booth, like Greg Capullo, you know. It's like, aren't there like some, I don't know, intervening years there where like somebody else big could have popped up? There, again, there's a couple. I forget the name of that guy who did like Civil War and shit. Kyle Hott. See, I'm not even familiar with that. Yeah, Capullo, more like Crapolo is that's the Mitch quote. Yeah, what was that name? Kyle Hotz. Okay. Okay. It's a cool style. A little bit Wrightsony, maybe. No, this looks good. Okay. Yeah, very detailed. Yeah, it's good looking stuff. Does he do full comics or is he mostly cover guy? I guess would be my question. There's too many of them just like, yeah, that's all they do. which is fine. But like, you know, I'm not gonna buy a comic just for the cover. Let's see here. Oh, the yeah, no, that I don't really go by that. I'm a little surprised I haven't been called out by anybody for how that I treat my comics a little brutally. Because I tend to just kind of throw them around in the videos. Because like, you know, it's like an Image comic that I got for $2.50. But it is still like, you know, no, those are holy. Now, I'll go so far as to keep them in bags and boards so they don't disintegrate, but that's about it. Once they're out, they're, you know, gloves are off. Yeah, that's what they do for most guys, just because like they can't. I mean, they can't afford to get them to do full interiors, which sucks. It's like, okay, so what's the point of your fucking company then? You're the big guys. Who else? I mean, you're like completely backed by infinite money, pretty much. Just, you know, it's not like they couldn't do it; they just don't want to. Bit of a gap, yeah, bit of a gap. And then they go spend $10,000 on Alex Ross to do yet another variant cover. And nobody gives a shit about that. The end result is that nobody gives a shit about Alex Ross anymore because he's doing every fucking variant ever. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm always like, I hear people complaining about the artwork these days, and like I look up a comic and it's like, what are you talking about? It looks great, and I'm always looking at the covers, you know, because I think my mind still goes, whoever's drawing the cover is probably drawing the interior, right? And that's almost never the case now. Feels like. Hmm. So this is the part where I gotta like figure out the depth of different rails and shit that I can't usually do too well. Yeah, and there's like next to no inks really. It's all, well, I mean, with it all being done in the color in the computer. I do like that. I think that works okay. Yeah, stay. But yeah, I've seen that where it's mostly done by the colors. It's like this is boring. I like lines. And it feels like most comic collectors also like lines because this crowd that you're trying to get isn't showing up. So but what can you do? You can't convince them of anything. Yeah. I mean, there's more comics now than there's ever been, right? Like there's hundreds or thousands probably. But like I mean like hundreds every month. And that's just from the bigger ones. Yeah, that's one of those. What I don't know. The Deadly Duo thing. I did see it, and it's like, well, that looks pretty good. Don't think I need to spend money on it, but it's just nice to know Marc Silvestri's still drawing, I guess. Okay, reduce the distance a bit. This is not too far off from greats. Is that too little of a? It might be of a gap. That's how it goes. Okay. I didn't know Rick Veitch ever did TMNT stuff. That's kind of cool. I figured if you're going back to number 30, it would still all be Eastman. That sounds worth checking out. I've never been a huge Veitch fan, but I mean, the guy knows how to draw comics. It's just usually not in the most appealing way. Nope. Okay, I could see it. Yeah, because he has like a weird style anyway. But that could conceivably work with Ninja Turtles. Okay. Let's see here. So it's coming along. I'm not sure if I'm going to get much further than this panel here if I try to finish it. All right, I'm going to grab one last smoke, see about getting a decent start in on this because this is more figure work, and then see what I can do with the backgrounds before my brain just shuts down. Because 4 hours is a while. All right, back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Unless you feel like you want to do that. Oh man, I got so many comments to catch up on now. There, yeah, maybe a tree. I might put like a trunk going off to the side here. Yeah, just and yes, the 1990 movie was excellent. That was, yeah, about as much as I could have hoped for from a Turtles movie at the time, I think. Ooh. I'm like getting lightheaded sometimes. Let's see here. You know what? I could actually use that shot of Popo from the back from a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, the what was it? Red Letter did that review of the first Turtles movie a while back, and it's like, yes, finally, get people I like talking about a movie I like. Are you getting anything out of that? A little bit. Okay. The thing about these things is that they're tough to sharpen. Sorry about that. So about the sharpener. I probably won't use it again, at least today. Yeah, still going, man. It's usually shoot for about 5 hours. Had a moment there for a second where it's like, I don't know if I can even go that far today, but we'll see. I don't mind this too much. It's got the right kind of heaviness, but it's still mostly erasable. This particular lead holder, and I mean, I've got like a bunch of these leads, so I might as well use them. The really skinny stuff, it tends to be a little too thin for, I don't know, it doesn't have that kind of permanence I need for when I'm inking. Oh, kid lunch at school. Yeah. Yeah, that's been a while. And yeah, I've seen Freddie Williams on RLM a few times. He's pretty good there. He fits in well. Although I feel like sometimes he's a little bit too nice to be on there. Like Macaulay Culkin seems kind of perfect because he can be a little bit of a jerk, but like like in a funny way. Whereas Freddie Williams, maybe not so much. Yeah, no, I like Mac on there quite a bit. That seems, I don't know, it's like a perfect pairing. It's funny. I don't think I'd seen him in anything since like Home Alone, and then he's popped up on Red Letter Media. It's like, oh my god, that's so weird. And it really wasn't weird. He's just kind of one of the guys. Not sure about this Hockstab pose here. Yeah, that's not too bad. And Ravens is full of the quotes today, both real and imagined. Hey, I appreciate the you guys stopping by and chatting. Like I've done a few where it's mostly me just kind of drawing and not, there's been a couple times where people just aren't chatting. And it's like, man, that's, it's fine, but it's a lot better when you guys are talkative. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna fucking charge you for that shit. Are you kidding me? Just kind of coerce you to not do it anymore. No, thanks. I feel like I don't drop by too many. I haven't checked out too many drawing streams, so I don't really know what they normally do. But I like this. It's just like a once a week hangout kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's a cool crowd just by. I really dig that. Makes me think I don't know, like I must be putting myself out there correctly for you kind of guys to drop by this often, which is not a grammatically correct sentence, but I'm okay with it. You get my meaning. Let's see here. Fuck's sake. That's going to stick too, isn't it? Okay, so what do we call members of the clot, as it will apparently be known going forward? Something about this isn't quite right. Maybe, well, I'll work around it and see if it comes back around to being okay. The cells, yeah. Cool. Thank you. I'll take that. Some Art Adams vibes? Hell yeah. Yeah, no, these are some of the better faces I've been able to do on one of these. So I'm kind of glad about that. So I must be reading the right comics. First rule of the closet, you don't talk about the clot. My bad. From what I remember, Art Adams became part of Legend, which was a Dark Horse thing, right around the time that Image started up. And that was with Frank Miller and I think John Byrne and Mike Mignola, right? So it's kind of its own thing. And then I don't think he produced work regularly enough. What am I doing? I'm drawing over where the blades are going to be. Yeah, Monkey Man and O'Brien. What was Cadillacs and Dinosaurs? I feel like that was a thing. Is that around the same time? Mark Schultz and those. Oh, it's Kitchen Sink. Okay. I mean, I would recommend his Uncanny annuals that he did. He did like 3 or 4 of them. That are probably some of his best stuff. I don't know beyond that. I mean, Longshot is worth looking at, but that's his first thing, and it's interesting to see him figure out how to be Art Adams, but definitely not his best stuff. It might be those annuals. I'm not for sure. I'll try not to confuse Cadillacs and Dinosaurs and Peanuts again in future. My bad. But let's see. I gotta reread that. And I know the X Factor issues you're talking about, because there's like 2 issues in a row where where X Factor's fighting trolls, which was not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see X Factor fighting, like something awesome. If Art Adams is going to draw it, there is the new Fantastic Four. Those 3 issues, like 347, 8, and 9, I think, and those are pretty good. Has anyone made a documentary about Once and Now, Once Again, legendary comic artists during their slow years? I love all the blood puns, by the way. Keep it up, absolutely. And thanks for dropping by. Okay, hopefully I'll see you next week. What the realities with jobs in the struggle? Yeah, probably. I don't know too many people who even talk to too many guys. I don't like Jerk Comic, Uncle Jerk. He seems to have a lot of contacts. Although I don't know if it's with the Legends so much. Those guys tend to be tough to get a hold of. If we're talking like, yeah, because guys like Simonson and Byrne, they work when, they seem to be able to go whenever and not really have too much in the way of a struggle. It's just, sometimes nobody wants to read their stuff, really, I suppose. Well, maybe not Simonson, Byrne more so. That's what I'm thinking. We're talking like, we're not really talking about guys, because anytime they put anything together, everybody sits up and takes notice, and they just don't produce a lot. I don't know, anybody in particular you're thinking of? Maybe I'm just getting hung up trying to come up with names. Is that the one with the Kings of Pain thing? Is that like when Jay Lee was doing the covers? Like just before he poured it over to Image? I think I was out on those because, the interiors were... Oh, wait, no, I probably did have that one because Larry Stroman was still drawing X Factor, and I was all in on that shit. Mignola. Oh. Okay. I don't remember that. I remember him doing the Von Strucker Gambit. Which was the annuals that stretched across Daredevil, Punisher, and Captain America. Because that's a natural team up. But yeah, he did covers for those. Those were pretty good. Blood Force versus Dracula will happen eventually, and I still forgot to put in the fucking blades. God damn it. Every fucking time. And I'm often wrong for liking the wrong thing. That's okay. Or not liking the right thing, I suppose. Like this guy's whole thing is fucking arm blades. You think I could remember it every once in a while? I'm down with a Halloweenish. I mean, you know, at a page a week, it's kind of thing I'd have to start in March, but you know. Again, if I ever get this thing to the point where I can make it even like bi-monthly, I will absolutely take requests for issues at that point. Right now, it's like I've got you know, I've got the issue plotted out, and that's all I got, man. Everything else is like up in the air. Oh yeah. Well, I remember what is it? The covered a Wolverine number 51 or something. No, probably not 51. Oh, maybe. Where with by Andy Kubert, unfortunately, where he's got the broken bone claws or whatever. Just do that kind of thing, only with like nothing. You know. Always a struggle to not over render the asses so that, but like over what constitutes over rendering too. It's like I need a time limit for drawing dude asses. And it's like, nope, nope, you spend enough time on it and move on. Nope, nope. See, I'm already like I'm trying to add lines and no, we're done. We're just like blood streaming out of the Wolverine type sheaths he's got on his forearms there. It's a bit of a haunting image. And I do have an idea for, well, no. I was going to say I do have an idea for a Blood Force versus Dracula like mini storyline, but no, that's the idea is Blood Force versus Dracula. And I'll come up with something later, you know. Let's see here. And now this will have to all be whited out, of course. I feel like I can almost save that one, but not quite. Shit, where'd my Kirby thing go? There we go. Did they go vamp temporarily in 30 Days of Night? I thought they had to go vamp. Well, dude gets resurrected at some point. I remember that. From the first one, whatever the dude with the weird name was. I did have the trade for that at one point. I'm not sure what happened to it, but it's pretty cool. I remember that. Yes. I remember the movie Josh, what's his name, plays him. I can't remember. He had a weird name, though. It was like started with a G. Nobody's name should ever start with G. It's not a bad movie, you know. It's I wouldn't call it like a favorite of mine, but like I'll if it's on, I'll definitely stick around and watch it. There's some good shit in there, and I like that they're not romanticized in any way. I like that that was the philosophy behind it, where it's like, no, we need to get back to vampires being monsters. It's like, yes, I agree, correct. Between Anne Rice and Stephenie Meyer, that got all fucked up. So I guess Stephenie Meyer was probably post 30 Days of Night, but you know. Was it the same time? I guess it might have been kind of close. I mean, the Twilight, man, it's funny. The Twilight movies were so long ago now. I think I was working in a movie store when those came out, or maybe like the later ones. I can't remember if anybody ever asked me, like, is it good? It's, it's like, how the fuck would I know? Okay, so that one I can do without. Yeah, it looks all right. Midnight Mass. No, I don't think I have. I watch very little TV. Like most series, if you ask if I've seen them, the answer is probably going to be no. I do like a good vampire thing. And the problem is there's a lot of vampire stuff out there, and a lot of it kind of sucks. So I never know what to go for. Sure. No, I like that a bit. Well, no, a bit more of a curve really to it. Hey, thanks, Charlie. Really, you always struck me as a Team Jacob guy there. All right, Midnight Mass. There's been a lot of recommendations in this. I'm gonna have to go back and just like check the transcript and like make notes. Like, okay, Midnight Mass, Ninja Turtles number 30. That artist who, well, I've still got a tab open. Kyle Hotz. There we go. Careful. Hey, man, we're glad to have you. Well, I don't know how much longer I can go today, but we're getting near my usual limit. I usually shoot for 5 hours, and then if I have anything left after that, it's like, okay, well, I guess we're keeping going for a while, but that doesn't happen too often. I got near 6 like once. But I do them every week, so by all means, like, comment, and subscribe, and then you'll know when. Oh my god, you'll know when I'm dropping the next one. It's one thing to say it at the end of every video. We have the bottom here? We do. Here we're going fluffy tree, just for you. Because I hate for you to leave mad. Oh, I don't know if I do it as a plot line with Popo trying to out dramatic lighting. I might do it as a bit more subtle than that, where that is happening, but it's just not referenced. I could see that. Because I'm already at the point like where with Popo, it's not something that's addressed. Where he is always dramatically lit. But it it does happen in every issue, of course. But yeah, and then have them like having conflicting light sources. There's an idea. Anytime, man. Just because it's you. there's not enough. There's a lot of rendering on the torso here, but not a lot on the lower, on the legs and shit. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, we'll keep this to. Okay, come on, without like just turning it into like a club. I think I should probably do the hair on this before I start trying to accidentally draw over the lines. Okay, let's leave it for now and see if it needs anything further in the future. Good start, though. The great fold variant. And it's all, yeah, cut out. Oh my God. You know what? If you want to do that one, I would absolutely feature it. The worst thing is that it's true. It's probably one of the best panels. Oh God. I have to keep referring back to this great now forever. I think so. Yeah. Now I need to try and top it so that it's not anymore and I can forget about it. This is, you know, this bathing suit thing got a little riding up a bit too high on her. It's supposed to be like right at the hip. Ish. You know, maybe it could be a little higher too, but definitely needs to be fixed. You can draw that fucking one. I'm not drawing chain link if I can help it. Under any circumstances. I think I've tried it once or twice and been like, oh yeah, no, that's okay, thanks. Is that dude like the same fucking spot? What the fucking shit? Holy Christ. It might be time to wrap it up soon. Where are we? We're just at 5. What is that, like the 30th great pun of the day? I think I might need to wrap it up here. I'm starting to like lose coherence. Get rid of some of this pencil stuff here. Oh, shit. Don't erase the whiteout, man. I thought you knew better. Yep. Oh, you fucking guys. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. That feels like I didn't get a ton done. I know I've done like a 5-hour stream before and gotten like the whole page done with time to spare. I don't know what happened, but okay. So I'll have to come back to this and finish it up after. How did her hair end up turning out anyway? Get rid of this shit. Well, you know what you should do is again erase some of the whiteout. Absolutely. I mean, her ass looks kind of skinny, to be honest, but that's fine. I don't give a shit. All right, sounds good. I'll try and get this page done during the week so that we can get on to the next one after this. This is, I think we're like just a page away from like another fight scene starting up. Actually, so 18 will be like a just inciting incident kind of thing for a fight, and then I can draw some like fun stuff again as opposed to dudes walking around talking. Which I've found ways to make fun, but like you do have to search sometimes. The fights tend to, the fun tends to be self-evident. All right, so I'm a peace out. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. You kind of made this awesome, and I really appreciate it. That's like the best thing about these things. Like I enjoy the drawing, but like I dig the chat at least as much. You messed up the fucking pun, man. You just say great work, GRATE. And then next week, greats and trees. And yeah. All right. I'll see you guys next week. You guys have a great weekend. Bye-bye.